Welcome all together from Germany, Lena Riemenschneider. She will start with 1.6 million. On seat number 2, left to her, is our short stack on the table. He's coming from Croatia. We will start with 226,000 chips. Welcome, Damir Vasiljevic. On seat number 3, a PokerStars qualifier we got on the final table, so congratulations for this success. He will start with 1.4 million chips, so welcome from Germany, Daniel Effendi. The next player is from Czech Republic and he will start the final table with 965,000 in chips. Welcome, Pavel Novotny. Also the next player is from Czech Republic and he will start with 1 million in chips. So welcome on seat number 5, Radek Stockner. And finally the third player from Czech Republic starting with 630,000 in chips. Welcome, Petr Daga. And the last 2 players are from Germany. The first one on seat number 7 will start with around 700,000 in chips. Welcome, Jens Stoiber. And finally, our big chip leader on the final table will be placed on seat number 8. And he will start with more than 4 million chips this final table. So good luck and welcome the chip leader, Philipp Hartmann. So congratulations for you to reach the final table and I wish you all the best luck. And now I invite the dealer to come to the stage and we continue the final table. We are still on level 24. You can run the entire 4,000, the blinds are 50 and 30,000, so wish you the best of luck, and dealer, shuffle up and steal.
So welcome back to the PokerStars Kings Cup. These are the final 8, the final table. You heard the introductions, the chip leader on seat number 8. Far ahead, Philipp Hartmann. It's 4 Germans. 3 players from the Czech Republic and 1 from Croatia. Blinds are 15 and 30,000, the ante 4,000. And we will play till the end, till we find the winner of PokerStars Kings Cup right here at the Kings Casino. Let's play. Damir Vasiljevic, as you saw, the short stack. But you never know what happens. Lena showed it yesterday. Made a move up. And still is in second place. Daniel Effendi qualified through the internet, which is very, very nice for him to make it to the final table.
Just short explanation, we can revert to the headphone on. Like, there was a string with the 30 minutes delay with the whole chip. So please, no electronic devices allowed. No headphones, no phones, no music. Everything had to be turned off. We have a half an hour delay, but still with the...
You saw it. The Prague Poker Festival is taking place as usual in December. All kinds of poker will be played. Buy-ins from 100 through 550 for the main event, APT and LH. Everything is there. Satellites are played. Every day you can join in. You can play. You can go there. Visit Prague, a very nice city, especially in December. The King's Casino is located at the 5-star hotel Corinthia, which is next to the subway station, which brings you around if you want to. Very convenient location, very nice casino, and a lot of poker at the Prague Poker Festival 2014. 18 days of pure poker action. 31 poker tournaments will take place. And of course, unlimited hours of cash poker games. No more earphones allowed. You heard the new rules for the final table. This is because we are seeing the hold cards now. No advantage for anyone through some device. Pair of tens for Jens Stoiber, enough to call. And he's far ahead. Very good move by Pavel Novotny. 2 high cards on the board. And Jens Stoiber throws away his pair. Sometimes you have to swallow your pride. Nothing wrong with a good laydown. Check queen off, enough for Hartmann to raise. Ten six suited. Is it worth the money? Effendi thinks yes, and I agree. With a good flop, a lot of positive things can happen. He got 2 hearts. He got the 10. But of course, still Philipp Hartmann ahead. He's staring at the board. He has to make a move. He has top pair. $55,000 to invest to see the final card. What does the river bring? The 4 does not help Effendi's case. And now it's Philipp Hartmann again. Top pair. Decent kicker. And way ahead in chips. But he plays it very well. And Effendi is hoping that his pair of 10s is enough. There you see how good Hartmann played. He always put the right amount of money in the middle. So he got Daniel Effendi to follow. And that's also important, as you know, poker. It's not your cards, the other cards that decide the outcome of the pot, the money. The best cards in the world cannot win if there's nobody who will join you in the pot. That's a card you can deal from the small blind, of course. That's why Effendi is thinking. Playing the position. And still, of course, a decent chance. But look what he's running against. Ace 10 suited. Of course, There's the race. And Effendi is thinking, is it a bluff? Or is Pavel Novotny indeed strong? He made the right decision. And look at this. Pavel Novotny is showing his cards, trying to earn some credibility. Play your strong cards strong. And look how far ahead Philip Hartmann is. Lena 1/3 of his chips in second place. And Damir Vasilievich is still the short stack, but he's still in. As we saw yesterday, Lena's playing very, very tight, strong cards. She makes a move. No signs of bluffing. The 22-year-old is coached by her brother, Michael, who is a poker player himself. Not in this tournament. He decided just to coach his sister and of course help her as much as he can. And he's obviously very satisfied with her at the moment. What a board. Dream board for Lena. And look at Radek trying to get any hint. But Lena is well coached. Holding the same position all the time. I couldn't get any read of her. And a good lay down. But what a board. Once again, Lena is drawing the right cards as she did yesterday. She did not lose a single pot. That made her number 2 in the chip count, starting at the second to last yesterday evening when just 68 players were left. Played it very smart, patiently awaiting her chances, and then of course got the right amount of luck. White egg has to make a move. Check queen. Suited. Here we go. And a smile. And Daniel knows there's something going wrong. Come to the King's Casino the upcoming week, starting Wednesday and leading to the main event, 1,100 euros buy-in for the GCOP main event. Super Satellites on Wednesday, on Thursday, and again on Saturday. You can have fun and you can have non-stop cash game action. Come here to the wonderful King's Casino in Roswadov, just across the German border. Easy access through the Autobahn. Pair of threes. Enough for Jens to give it a try. Of course, he was hoping for a different result on the board. That's not the flop he was thinking of. Here we go. The set. Checking again. Of course. Selling it very good, but be aware of the flush. Only chance for Effendi is to bluff and make Stoiber believe that he indeed has the two hearts. Has he the guts to put a lot of money on the table? I don't think so, yes. Right decision, but he's acting the same way or at least almost the same way all the time, which is essential if you want not give away any tells. An ace out of position, not enough. Interesting move. Stockner and Targa. Ace 2 suited. Answers. What is Philip doing? 5, 10 of clubs. It's not a lot of money. He has enough chips. And at least I think he got Radek with this move. 4-6 off-suited. That's not the cards you play against the chip leader and possibly another opponent. Here you go. And also too much for Pedro Targa. That's what a big stack can do for you. Not a lot of money, so to speak, for Philip Hartmann, but way too much for Radek and Peter. Call and check from Lena. All right. Let's see who plays it best with this very small board. Well played, Philip. And still very, very tight from Lena Riemenschneider. She plays a lot of tournaments, but normally not at this stage. 550 euro buy-in. But she got the advantage of knowing the feeling, sitting through a whole tournament. And maybe this is her day. Easily making the biggest check of her life. Spoke to her brother. He's not telling how much she has to give away for his coaching. Here we go. That's interesting. Pair of queens. Aces, ace and king. There should be some action. Oh, the chip leader is throwing away. Pair of fives. And Lena also folding with check queen. Daniel Effendi did not expect that raise, but we all know that's his normal motion, so to speak. No motion at all. Thinking, looking, taking his time, and then making the decision and taking action. Going all in. And the call. Here we go. Nothing happened. And Effendi with a big, big pot. And Radek Stockner has to leave the table. Making almost 5,000 euros for his 8th place finish. And helping Daniel Effendi, of course. Here you see the updated leaderboard. Effendi jumps to number 2 with a little bit over 2 million in chips. Philip Hartmann still way ahead. Lena in 3rd, and Petra Novotny is in 4th place. Double checking the chips, of course, but everything is all right. Daniel Effendi had more, a little bit more than 1 million, and Stockner was just below that number. So there you go, in order: Hartmann, Effendi, Lena, Pietre, Jens, Pietre und Damir. Vasiljevic still in. Just 3 big blinds left, but he already is in 7th place guaranteed. A little bit of time to relax, grab a snack, have a bite, have a drink, regroup, dealer change, and let's play. And Damir knows exactly what happened just yet. One more spot. And here you have the PokerStars Kings Cup final table. The last 7 as they are seated. Number 5 just left.
Ach so, bei mir meinst du? 91.000.
The audience asking how much chips are left with Damir.
2.500 gut gemacht. 2,5.
2.5 grand difference, and that's what Damir is celebrating. It seems like he already gave up, but who knows? Maybe there's one more spot to climb.
He folded. No, the player says himself.
With the action not possible for the lads.
Listen, the player says himself he folded the hand. If he folds the hand face down, it's a fold. Anywhere in the world, it's a fold.
Stay away.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but in poker.
Check musst du.
Huh?
Call check musst du.
Ja, Schwein können wir auch machen. Das ist nur.
A little bit of confusion. Philip Hartmann moving in his cards. Effendi thinking about a fold, but he did not fold. So what deal is on the table?
Maybe didn't see your guys.
Do we have to wait for a decision, or I can call it and check? Huh? Now they have the mix.
Just play it out. That's the deal. No more chips. Check through and see who won in the end. But we're still waiting on the official decision.
I just confirm the decision of my floor. Like the cards are not marked, 100%. His cards, you know, I just give it back to be alive. There's no line, it's a visual line, there's no betting line. And just in the sense of the game, we always try to get the game as logic and all that as possible. The things that we can raise and didn't see that blind, I just want to keep it in straight, otherwise not fair just being on the top.
I didn't. It's fine. Okay.
Just explain the decision.
You know, I didn't do it as an angle shooting. So.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm just saying, technically, anywhere in the world, that's a fold. The only reason the cards are still there is because the dealer didn't take them. Usually the dealer has to take them.
That's our decision. If the dealer will take the card, it's done, for sure. But if the card's still alive, I will always take it back live in any decision like this.
Technically, it's a fold.
I absolutely understand Daniel Effendi.
In the sense of the game.
Cards over the line, anywhere in the world. That's a fold. The decision is it's not a fold because the dealer did not take the cards away immediately. And the line is not official. So we play through. I suppose agreed as a gentleman's agreement to check through. And in the end, Effendi wins with his pair of aces. And everybody on the table wins a little bit because you could look at the cards, get some kind of a read. How long can Damir survive? Pair of fours under the gun for Petr Taga. Stare down from Daniel Effendi. Call, call. Party of three. Targa still good with his small pair, but a lot of overcards are on the table, but his bet is great. Check, check. He's betting and he's winning the pot. Play your cards strong and try to get as much out of the race as you can. Taking a short leave. See you soon. Welcome back to the final table of PokerStars Kings Cup, live from the Kings Casino in Rosvadov. 7 players are left. Radek Stockner left just before the break. And still far ahead, Philip Hartmann in the chip count. And Damir Vasiljevich. On the other end of the table, he's a short stack with a mere 100,000. One big blind. That's all that's left for Damir. Daniel Effendi in second. And Lena still in third place. And we reached the next level. 20,000 and 40,000 are small and big blinds. And the ante 4,000. Damir sees an ace, takes some action. This is all in, but not scaring away anybody with a decent hand like Jens. Who calls? And on the river, it's goodbye for Damir Vasiljevich. But he's happy, he made some more money than he thought at the beginning of the day. €8,258. Not too bad. And here we go. Philip Hartmann still way ahead. More than double the money of Daniel Effendi. Lena not doing much lately. And the others seemingly trying to survive as long as possible. Hoping for maybe a great hand to double up the chip count and be back in business. I see it blinds 20 and 40 and ante, of course, 5,000. I think I told you 4,000 before, but that was before the break. So we have decent pots right from the start. And the next dealer change is coming up. And the next event is coming up, GOCP, this week, starting Wednesday, running all the way through Monday here at the King's Casino in Rosvadov. Come and play. You can hit the slot machines, play roulette. Whatever you prefer. You find it here, fine dining. You can stay in the hotel. You can play tournaments, cash games. Is one ace enough for Effendi to call Novotny's 85, which means he has 45 more to bring. Well played. Novotny, not too much to scare away, because obviously he has the best hand at the moment. But Effendi felt something. Boys, relax. Watch the stream later. And then will Daniel Effendi know that Pavel did not lie. He had, in fact, the two aces. But would you believe if a player on the table told you I had two aces? That's another story. What can Daniel do now against the chip leader? Lena already folded. Interesting call from Hartmann to bet on his 9-6. Pair of twos. It's enough for Effendi and Novotny. King 5 suited as well. Party of 3. And here we go. Open and straight for Hartmann. And here's the chip leader's answer to the 2 checks. And he won the pot. Again, well played. Calculating the risk. Knowing the other players and betting the right amount of chips. He earned his credibility. So you always gotta respect him and his big stack. This time 9-6, no action, but action from Lena. Ace-7 off, playing the position. And the big blind calls her. Flop is helping Lena, of course. Good bet. That's how you play your position right. Play your chips right. Still nothing spectacular. Everybody's far behind. Most aggressive at the moment, Daniel Effendi. And he's getting 2 calls. This could be interesting, especially with the 2 hearts showing up. The king. Effendi way behind at the moment, but it's pretty close. Tara, Peter Tager, and Jens Stoiber. Who is going all in?
Ich hoffe, du hast bei dem letzten Open Race was gehabt, sonst sehe ich nicht mehr, wer denselben Schein ist.
You have 2 kings. Still a chance for flush, and you call it yes. Pair of 10s as well. And a good call. Jens can't believe what just happened. No more heart for him. Bad luck. That's all it was. Didn't play it bad. No mistake made. But a good answer. And now Pavel, the only one who's below 1 million in chips. More room on the table now. 5 players are left. Still looking to crown the king in this PokerStars Kings Cup from the Kings Casino in Rosvadov, where 551 players started 2 days ago and 1% is left. They all will make decent money, but the winner takes home 50,200 euros. That's what they are all hoping for. Check queen, not enough. And Philip Hartmann decides go ahead from the dealer button. Lena once again with a quick move. Daniel Effendi, as always, is taking his time. And gets a pot. Well read. Two aces again. Oh, pair of fours. Good news for Pieter Daga. So Lena will follow. And again, time to think for Daniel Effendi. And Pavel Novotny also part of the party. Here we go. Novotny hitting the king. Targa still leading. And no chance whatsoever for Lena. And she knows that. Quick move. I like that. She's always quick with her decisions, anticipating what might happen and then follow up with a proper action. Daniel Novotny. High pair, but a lot of chips. At least some chips for the two aces. Come on, Daniel. There's an ace, so we expect you to move. Daniel Effendi, one final table so far for him, so he will easily surpass his income, $960. That's all he made in live tournament earnings. And we reached final five, which means more than 11,000 euros. And of course a chance for 50,000 if you make it all the way through and win the PokerStars Kings Cup. Okay, not another check from Philipp Hartmann. Betting 230,000. And once again, Effendi has to think, what does the 10 mean? What does the third diamond mean? Is Hartmann that strong? You have a low pair and a good kicker. Is that enough? No. Very well played. Again from Philipp Hartmann. Gets a round of applause from the audience. Some friends are here. And always players here in the Kings Casino. Watching the final table of the PokerStars Kings Cup. And you can see the Prague Poker Festival is coming up. The first 18 days of December, non-stop action. 31 tournaments, 18 days of poker fun in Prague. You can stay at the casino hotel for just 99 euros a night. Go there, have fun, play or watch, as some players do here. Of course, the players who dropped out are still here, interested in who will take home the grand prize of more than 50,000 euros. Will it indeed be Philipp Hartmann, the chip leader? Or can someone make a big move? Still a long way to go. A set for Targa with the flop. How does he play it? But Hartmann again with a big bet. 225. And a quick answer from Petr Targa. Still a gut shot chance for Philip to make a straight. But now Targa has to make a move, protect his 3-7s. And that's exactly what he's doing. There you have it, the 4-4s. That would make the straight for Philipp Hartmann. But that's his only chance. We know it. He doesn't. Neither does, of course, Petr Targa, who played it very well. Interesting move, all in, and of course the call. Is there a 4 on the river? It is unbelievable. Very, very lucky, Philipp Hartmann. But you all know, a big amount of chips and a little bit of luck. It's almost a deadly combination. And we're down to 4. 4 outs, and he's hitting a 4. 4 of hearts. Too bad for Petr Targa, who played it very, very well. Played exactly his cards, played it strong. Didn't have the needed luck in the end. And there you go.
Just a question for any deal procedure. Anytime you think about any deals, the deal has to be transparent, it has to be done on the table. We're not going away from the table, we want to talk about
Ik wil altijd laat.
We have to talk on the table about the table.
Muss extra was für den ersten bleiben? Wie viel?
Ja, normal ist es aber das ist
Das ist kein Wissen, was ich gerade gemacht habe.
aber es ist noch weniger sein. Wenn wir das 10 macht,
Ja,
also wenn es 10% 15.000 sind, spielst du 8.000, das ist auch nicht schnell. Also das muss eine Summe sein, wo ich mir sicher bin, dass du nicht ernst zu Ende spielst.
ja.
Also nur ein Spiel für die Trophy gibt es nicht. Das muss dann vor allem Ziel.
Also alles diskutiert.
Genau, wer disqualifiziert bekommt gar nichts.
Parkplatz overteuer.
No money for players who get disqualified. Just a reminder. Play poker. Don't fool around. You're already in for some big money. Biggest prize money for all of them. No one ever reached that limit. Next check that will be written close to 20,000. $17,958 to be exact. Third place gets a little bit more than 22,000. The runner-up gets 31,000 and the winner, as mentioned, 50,200 euros. All signs, of course, are leading towards Philipp Hartmann, who has more chips than the rest combined. Pair of nines for Lena. And now, of course, the low number of players come into play. Novotny calls, hoping for an ace, which doesn't show up. Two queens again. Yesterday Lena had a lot of luck with two queens. What a big pot with queens on turn and river. Getting her a full. And this pot is also hers. Everybody believes when she puts chips on the table that she really, really has good cards. Her brother told me, yeah, she can bluff, but so far she doesn't need it. It's not the time yet. Another good combination. Check 9 suited. Here we go. Ten-8 off. Too much. And that what credibility brings. Everybody believes you win just another pot. Lena's showing a lot of playing skills for a 22-year-old. And I like the fact that we still have a woman on the table. You can see poker is for everyone. Nothing matters. Not the age, not the sex. That's a wonderful thing about poker. If you want to join the fun, come to the King's Casino. Right here to Roswedov. Always tournaments are being played. Not always as big as the PokerStars King's Cup, but not everybody is willing to pay 550 buy-in. What a move from Lena. Yeah, she's on a roll right now. And she got the feeling that the cards are on her side and that the players on the table believe in her. That's very important. Everybody's in a good mood, of course. They all got some money out of this tournament. Much more relaxed than in the beginning. So, hope we get some more fun. Maybe a little bit more talking and action the next few hours. How long this may take, you never know. With a chip leader that big as Philipp Hartmann, it could go quick if you ran into him at the wrong moment.
I'm embarrassed to tell you.
That's good. Friends.
I don't think I was supposed to call it.
And you can see it. Players start to talk. And even Lena is smiling. And Philipp does the usual. Very organized. Very composed. And of course relaxed with that chip amount. Pair of nines again for Lena. Who's joining the party? Daniel Effendi. Funny guy. Now again under the hood. Not sporting his ponytail. And joining the party. Oh, Philipp Hartmann drops out. What is Lena doing? What is she thinking now? Effendi believes me that I have good cards, but he's still betting 230. Gutsy move. She's still got high pair. And Effendi is a strong move. 500,000 in chips. And Lena starts thinking, what the hell? That's basically a garbage flop. But you never know. Is she the woman to call? Thinking, of course, not the fast move we saw most of the time. Calculating everything and then folding with the best hand. Strong play from Daniel Effendi. And that's the other side of playing credibility. You can bluff a player with that strong. Lena never was in doubt that Daniel had good cards, and she didn't trust her pair of nines enough. Oh, I'm wondering that move. Maybe Daniel needs some time off after this duel with Lena. Or he knew something we didn't. Aces are out.
605, 605.
Is Daniel really going all in? Yes, he is. What is Pavel Novotny's answer? Not the strongest hand in the world. But he's more thinking about what his opponent could have. But he's believing in the chip leader, rightfully so. Avoiding possible disaster. And of course, not a big problem for Philipp Hartmann. €200,000 guaranteed money. GOCP. Come, see, play, whatever you prefer. Still a lot of chances to get in. Satellite tournament starting Wednesday. And you can qualify online for the GOCP 12th through 17th of November. And when is November gone, the Prague Poker Festival starts 1st of December. But first we find out who is the winner tonight. Who takes home the 50,000? All in is Ace King. What does Lena do with her queen? She had so much success with queens lately. And she calls. Daniel drops out, and here we go. Does she find another queen? No, she doesn't. Not too much luck for Lena lately. After she had all the luck you needed yesterday and the beginning of day 3. She's losing half her chips, or almost half her chips. And Pavel Novotny is climbing up to spot number 3. Does she come back again? 16 big blinds left. Once again, she came from 31,000 starting yesterday's second session to way over $1 million to second place in chip count. And she's already guaranteed fourth place, 17,000 euros, which is by far the most money she ever made in a live tournament. And she is still on the learning course. 22 years of age, coached by her brother Michael. And with a very impressive performance. As is Daniel Effendi, kind of a quiet player who made it through. Made some real nice moves. Qualified through the internet and still is here. So you see there are chances. Try it, go online, qualify for the GOCP, or come to Prague for the Poker Festival. Great events coming up. Nothing happening on the board. And Pavel Novotny has the feeling it's his time now. Poker goes in waves. We all know that. There are ups and there are downs. You have to be patient. Wait for the right time and then make your moves. As Pavel did with Lena 2 hands ago.
Is that 225? 225? I was gonna bet 225. I wanted to bet 225. Now you bet 225.
Do you believe, Daniel? 225, he would have called 235. It's too much.
If I go all in, can you still fold?
I wrote a few articles on this question, and the right answer is
Well,
I cannot tell you.
you got me up.
Showing the 5, of course, and not the ace. Little games played in the game. A loose mood on the table. And almost symbolic is Daniel sitting far outside of the other three. He still controls everything. Pavel just won a few chips, but still very controlled. Easy money for Philip. We got two friends, Pavel and Daniel, talking a lot now. Lena quiet as usual. And Philip sitting outside watching everything. Controlling everything. H6 suited, enough for Elena to call.
Like 500.
Waiting for the luck to come back. We'll see. But the ace for Daniel. And he plays his usual well-known little game, staring down the opponent, waiting. I'm pretty sure he already knows what he wants to do. Whatever bet it is, Lena has to flop to fold. Slim chance, outside chance for a good putt. You have to take your chances every once in a while. And maybe she's just satisfied with the outcome of this tournament. Fourth place is guaranteed for her. And that's 17,000, a little bit more than 17,000 euros. Thinking for a moment. Yeah, she changed her manner a little bit, thought for a moment, and then she goes all in. Daniel Effendi had some success against Lena, but there's always the danger of the chip leader still in the game. That's where he's looking. And then folding. And Philip, of course, with his pair of sixes is calling. He has enough chips and he wants another opponent from the table. Looking good so far. And there is six number 3. Nice tournament, Lena. She played well. Takes home 17,000 euros. Learned a lot. Impressed us. And we have 3 players left. With the chip leader Philipp Hartmann. And we're taking a break.
Something like that. I store like deal that reflects on
You made a good deal for you.
that deal and a lot of discussions, articles and that. So I thought, if I get a deal now, they will write about it. I cannot do a deal, never. But we can discuss, but it's not real effort. It's true.
I'm open to a deal, but
Me
49,
too,
that's
me too,
like
me
guaranteed
too.
first place
Me
this
too,
time.
me too.
How many chips do you have now?
6.6.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Obviously, you don't want to do it.
I understand too. Sono già passato dei grandi, che fa due circolari. There was one rank round for fourth place, we got 3, and I got 9.
How much money did you get?
It was we were before I had 3.5 million, and they all have like 4, and I got 900,000, and they all 500,000.
You have 3.5 and they had.
I was writing an article about the deal, and I always write first make
How could
no
they?
real offer. And they said, I was better pre-flop and I'm better post-flop. I wrote an article about this question, and the right answer, after 2 pages I found, is I cannot tell you in this moment. You were right.
Over 10? Yeah.
That's the only thing I don't know. I was like,
How does he
okay,
know?
I can get in a minute, I can get.
He has a weak game, he's gonna call me.
You can say 20 combinations in that range, it's correct, and you say PokerStars. I was like, friends in taking me to answer.
What if we say we each get 30 and you get 40 and we play for the last 10K? Is that a good deal? That means you can still make first place money anyway.
Also, you mean if play for 10K then?
Well, how much do we have?
But first thing is,
104K in total.
104.
So 30, 40, then would not work.
Yeah, no problem.
So if you get I get 40, play 40. And like, can I talk to my
no,
friends?
I have to stop
I think we
the
can make a break and you plan to come to the stage. You have to talk here.
first. I didn't watch car because I don't want to play when we talk, discuss the deal, so
Okay, you agree with that deal?
I don't. On first sound there, but I just also need to talk, but it sounds good.
So I think 30, 30, 40 and 10K is not working, so it's like 6K too much. So. We just have 104, not more than 10K. So. Understand? But we don't add 6K on price.
And if I take 44? 44?
Yeah, but we have to play like a minimum 5K for the first extra.
So we'll do this. We'll do 30-30. You lock up the 40 grand and we play for the rest.
The 4K is not enough to play for. At least we have
Now
to
we
play
need
for the
1K. It's 42. We need to play for 5K at least.
Yeah.
So we need to.
So we have 99. We have 99. Yes.
So 99 we need to play. We gotta.
So you can make.
Okay, so let's do 30, 30, 39 is still fair deal. 30, 30, 39, we play for the rest. I mean, you're a big favorite to win the rest anyway. So 30, 30, 39, and we'll play for the 5K.
Too many. I need a little bit more.
But you're almost getting first place money. You get 39.
If I win.
Right.
Otherwise, I'm 39. I'm missing around 12K.
You cannot win, it's my tournament.
See, he wins. He already knows.
I take in mind that the trophy must stay in Czech Republic, you know. If I play Germany, it's like
It's too less. It's too less.
and get in. I think it was
40. Ja, 5 würden wir auch müssen.
Yeah, what we do.
Ich 40, die Parteien sind den Rest und ich spiele um die 5.
And play for the
Ist okay.
Hey, we'll give you 40. You lock the 40.
you hear number 4 is
So can we finish the hand and we stop?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Can we stop
That's the
that?
best
You
way.
have to get in again.
6.
I wanted to raise now.
Break.
So what we can do to make it quite easy, we can give him 40. So he has 40.
Ne? To je parádko, opravdu ale.
For you got the best of it. Huh? No, him. He got the best of it.
No,
He got the small stack and he saved. He locked better than the third place one. Second place. He folded. There, I got a walk.
Jo, jestli to určitě.
My spolu
Teď se tady chtěla. Co za
jakoby píšeme ve třech, jo. Manželka trochu, když je začátku, pak já tam nechci, abych mám. Řekněte mu, já stěžuji německy jenom, jo. Oder? Check Vidíte, 5 let mluvit německy. To je anglicky. To nevadí, já mám státní zkoušku. Z toho jazyka, ale target. To se jako takhle hajzl, že jo?
Final table, the last 3 players here at the King's Casino. What is Daniel Effendi doing with this very, very good flop? 9 outs left for the chip leader. He needs one more heart. He knows The straight is very much in play. And there is another heart. And now everything is shifting and changing, because Daniel Effendi has to think the same. He knows after Hartmann called him, there is some danger going on.
Before the river, it was a split path.
And he knows no chance. 4 hearts. He must accept that the chip leader got another big pot here at the PokerStars Kings Cup final table. We're looking to crown a king, and it might get much quicker than anticipated. Gutsy call, waiting for the heart, but calculated risk by our chip leader, who will make a lot of money. Now we are up to 22,000 for third place. It's 31,000 for the runner-up and 50,000 for the winner, which will be one of those 3 players all in. Ace-9 against Ace-4. What is the chip leader doing? This could be a big moment. Is Effendi coming back? Is he doubling up? Bringing his chip count to over 2 millions, close to 2.5. Or is Daniel Hartmann running away? He seems not to be interested, but this is a moment that can very much decide the outcome. Not too much chances left for the chip leader.
How can you do it twice? It's not possible. Put a jack on it.
And there's a 9. So Effendi has the pair as well as the upper hand. And now he's back in business. There's a chance still. And that's what he's hoping for. Look at this, almost 2.4 million in chips. Hartmann still way ahead, but it was not the decisive moment. Pavel Novotny, I think, is not too pleased with this result. Takes away some 9,000 euros for the moment, because he's now dropped back to third place in chips. But why not him? The same move, and we're pretty much even then. And that's a funny story about poker. You never know what happens. Also, Philipp Hartmann is still very much in control. He played it well. He had to call. And Daniel Effendi, big sigh of relief. Not much going on here. Just the money over to the big blind.
You had a hand that time again?
No, das geht auch perfekt. So ein bisschen mit. Gut. Always so good to get. That's good.
A little bit of down in the mood, understandably by Philipp Hartmann, but regroup and start over again. Maybe more luck next time. It's a good hand to start with only 3 players left. That's what all those players have in mind now. It's only 2 opponents. Well, the danger is not that big that someone really has the upper hand. In this case, it's different. Novotny takes his hood over his head, sits down with his checks, and waits for Effendi to take some action. Effendi thinking about maybe a bluff, but in the end he decides not to test his luck again. 25 and 50,000 other blinds, 5,000 the ante. So give away 1 or 2 pots, why not? Daniel now has some chips to play with. And there you see the difference between a table where you have 6, 7, 8, or as we saw today, 9 players, and a table with only 3. 9 check offsuited, played by Philipp, and Daniel, of course, will answer ace king. Can he take away some more money from the chip leader? Did he impress the chip leader with his move he made before? That's the thinking going on right now. I got him once, so he may be scared a little bit. Maybe he's chicken out, and he does. Philipp Hartmann had enough for the moment, and his cards were not good enough. He believed. Daniel Effendi. Very important phase right now, especially for the chip leader. Not to overplay. And still in a good mood, Pavel Novotny.
He never calls me from small to big blind. So, just a raise.
And he thinks he knows what Daniel Effendi is doing. But that can be very tricky. Never estimate too much. And never overreact. But you can act like you do, so give the wrong impression. That's a big part of poker as well. Long staring at this 8-6. Not the right time. call a bluff. And that's a common theme I think we're gonna see more often in this circumstance. Big blind just gets the pot without acting. Pair of sevens. What do I do? 125, he says. The hood goes up. Oh, Daniel is looking, staring, and folding as well. And Philip Hartmann, I thought for a moment he might answer, but 9-6 suited, not good enough. He has a feeling that this is not his time. He has to go over that next hump, so to speak, to come back stronger and win some big pots. Or draw some good cards. Oploff with a 6-2. At least it's suited. So there's always a chance. And he still has enough chips to act like this. And it's also very important to change your style of play every once in a while, so nobody can detect you. And he's still the chip leader, so it worked to perfection. That's all he wanted. We all wait for the next big thing to happen. Big pot. Maybe now. Ace, queen suited. I'm sure Daniel Effendi is just thinking about the amount of chips to put in. How much can I get from the others? Because he's not interested in the blinds. And now we're playing. Do we see hearts? Or do we see... Yeah, there's a heart. 2 kings. Interesting. 5 of spades. So both players with an outside chance from flush. But the 2 kings scare away both 2 checks. And there's a second 3 for Pavel. Time to act. Low pair, but you have to act. You have to play it. And now it's Effendi's turn. Calling, and there's the river. Another heart. Now what we protect your 3s. Throw out some big money. Maybe you can scare Effendi away. 300,000 this time. On the other hand, it's a big pot. And Daniel has the ace. And the queen. But what happened on the turn, on the 3, Novotny took action. That's that's exactly what Daniel
Obviously, I don't have the king.
is asking now.
What do you want me to call your party? The 5?
I don't have five. Of course, I want to call 5, but I don't have pocket six.
He's not lying. He does not have the 5, but he has the 3. And Daniel is right. Of course, does Pavel Novotny know that there's no third king? Too much talking already. I do not believe that Daniel Effendi is not folding. Unless he thinks Pavel Novotny is bluffing, but this would be an unbelievable great bluff. After checking after the flop, putting 200,000 down on the turn and 300,000 on the river. Yes, that's the only logic move. And now it's not the time to show the cards.
Take 3, so
But he told him. Now it's on Effendi. Does he believe? The dealers are changing all the time. The players have to stay, have to sit out the tournament. That's also something you have to think about, how long this might take, how long you have to sit in a comfortable chair. That's not the big problem, but it's a long, long time. Not only for the body, but for the mind as well. And you cannot make too many mistakes.
Strong hand.
No.
Yes, it is a strong hand. 2 queens. They were smelling what's going on.
Then I qualified. I told you.
To less money
Then I told you.
from Philip Hartmann. Nobody falling into his trap.
Yeah.
Exactly. Queen high. Good read.
So it's 3.
And it still looks like it's 2 against 1. And in fact it is. Philip Hartmann still way ahead in chips. And look at this. How often does this happen?
Is it button race or premium combination race? Button race.
But a little bit unlucky for Philip Hartmann. No good cards for his playing partners. So no action. And that's what he needed. The perfect setup. Good cards. But everybody knew about it. And then he gets the same good cards again. You might think about a bluff, but you have to have at least decent cards to answer. Now it's Daniel Effendi to think about how much money can I take away, what to do, they believe. $100,000 and 5-7 suited is enough for Pavel. And even Philip Hartmann joins the party. So this is starting to become quite interesting. Quite a big pot. And the third ace. Now Daniel has to hope that the others do get the cards they want to. Pretty sure he's checking, yeah. So everybody checks. Full house for Daniel. He's the winner anyway. No chance for anyone else. But Philip doesn't know, so he thinks he can scare away one or two opponents. And look at Daniel Effendi. Still very calm, very relaxed. He knows it's a big pot. The pot is his. Nothing can happen. Aces over nines. So he's just thinking, do I raise or do I wait for the river to make more money? Or is he really scared of the 4 nines? I don't think so. He's hoping for a card like this. Maybe Philip is getting a straight and putting more money down. The pot goes over $1 million. Philip Hartmann bets 410,000, and there's no chance in hell that Daniel Effendi is folding. It's a try from Philip Hartmann, but it's not his time. Another small mistake, and of course Daniel goes all in, and immediately Philip Hartmann folds. Very smart move from Daniel Effendi. He had not to show his cards. Nobody knows about his 2 aces but us. And another very, very big pot. Very important. He's getting closer and closer. And he's getting into Philip Hartmann's mind. Do not underestimate that point. If your opponent thinks you're better, you already are the winner. And in the middle of all of this, there's Pavel Novotny. Still up, the chip leader, Philip Hartmann. Checking. What is Daniel Effendi doing? What are his cards? Take a guess at home. 225 from Pavel Novotny. Makes Philip Hartmann fold. And now it's Daniel Effendi. Well, quick call. Unusual for him. Does he have the needed clubs. It almost looks like. And he gets to his stack again. How much is he willing to put in? High pair? Or the two clubs? Sold it great, played it good. And it's Daniel Effendi's move again. Going up in the chip lead. And another strong hand against the still chip leading Philipp Hartmann, whose cards are not bad as well. It all depends, as so often, on the flop. Here we go. Helping a little bit for Daniel. Gut shot. Straight. And that's what he's hoping for. Betting 150,000 and taking away both opponents. Good move. Maybe that's another turn into his direction. Again, taking a long time is Daniel Effendi. And now his chips go on the table. Players do have a good feeling about themselves. But that's a very strong hand for Daniel Hartmann. And not too much to pay. Everything can happen now on the flop, and there is the check, high pair for the chip leader. And a straight chance for Effendi, but very, very slim. Look at this. Of course, there's the call and there is the 2. But it's the third diamond that makes everybody think. And that's why both players are checking. No, Effendi did bet. The graphics were wrong. 325. And Daniel is answering. Here we go. Check again from Philipp Hartmann. What is Daniel Effendi doing now? Does he still think he can scare away his opponent, whom he beat recently? It's a big, big pot now, 1.4 million. And he does not want to shift the luck back. But on the other hand, he does not want to lose too much chips either. But what does the check mean on the other side? That's what he's thinking of. If it's a trap, I might fall into. If he checks, he's most likely giving away the hand. So what could he do? Of course, call all in, hoping for Hartmann to believe in his flush. But there are always the danger of flush on the other side. $600,000. Pot goes over 2 million. And now you must think about what happened before. The pots that Philipp Hartmann lost to Daniel Effendi. Take that in mind. He's shaking his hand. His hand, sorry. Is he ready to fold? And give away that big, big pot again to Daniel Effendi? Or does he have the guts with the top pair to call the 600,000? I'm thinking, what happened on the turn? Why that bet? And why now? Does he believe there are two diamonds on the other side? Or a high pair? A set? Whatever. He only got two checks. Too much. On the other side, if he wins this pot, he goes up again. And he got the mojo back, so it all turns over to Daniel Effendi. The chip leader gives away another big pot to Daniel Effendi, the player who qualified through the internet. And shows a lot of skills, a lot of good play. King is enough for 100,000 for Pavel. 8-10 suited. Makes Hartmann call. Effendi has ace queen and only 50,000 to call the big blind. But I think
Total.
he may
Christ.
think about raising.
It's like 1.7 million. 1.7 million. Yeah.
Asking about the stack of Pavel. Thinking about what might happen if I take away that money when I'm always almost there with the chip leader. $325. Watney started the thing, but he has to fold. He tried, but couldn't get through. Now it's again Daniel Effendi against Philipp Hartmann. It's like a duel in the desert. So two are head to head most of the time. Who has the better hand this time? Or who has the guts? Almost a perfect flop for Philipp, who is checking again. Was waiting for Daniel to act. Open and straight against whatsoever. No flush danger. And now, do you check again or do you sell a good hand? And when does Effendi start to play his ace queen? Or does he smell something? Checking as well. Here we go. Pair of threes on the board. 3 hearts. Check. Normally no need to place a bet for Daniel. Check as well. Show the cards. And exactly that is what happened. Look at this. How close this game became. Philipp Hartmann still ahead, but only by a slim margin, counting the blinds. And Pavel Novotny still there. Maybe those two outside of him will duel a few more times. Maybe it comes to an all-in between the two Germans. Maybe now. Look at this pair of sixes against ace-king suited. This could be very interesting. Big pot. Effendi is just calling. This might make Philipp Hartmann suspicious. And even Pavel joins the party. 2 queens. That takes Pavel very much out of the picture. And now it's up to Philipp Hartmann and Daniel Effendi again. How do they play their cards? Or comes the right move from the man in the middle. was betting 200,000. Never shy away from throwing away your low pair. But this is a different game. Look at it. Daniel Effendi immediately folding. And Pavel is moving again. This could be a big moment for him if he in fact could take away money from Philipp Hartmann. We still have the two pairs. But he has to think what makes Pavel bet twice. On the other hand, 300,000 is not too much. The pot goes over 1 million, so it's always worth it. One more look at the opponent. And then there go the chips in the middle, pushing up the pot. Almost 1.4 million. There goes the 2 and an all-in. Good move. That makes Philipp Hartmann think. All in from Pavel Novotny. If Philipp Hartmann now has the guts to call this, he's the winner of 2.3 million in the pot. And he's going heads up with Daniel Effendi. But does he call this 945,000? He's trying to read his opponent. Does he have the 7s, the 9s, or some other high pair? Or is he bluffing? Smart play, I must say, from Pavel Novotny. But now it's time. And he got the guts, and we're down to 2. We're down to the heads up in the PokerStars Kings Cup here at the Kings Casino. Well played, Philipp Hartmann. And now we have the two Germans head to head to crown the king. Third place, not too bad. Of course, you're angry, you're a little bit sad for a moment. But 22,000 euros.
Könnte doch jetzt gehen, ist egal, ich glaube, wir die Pause machen, aber... Micha, stopp. Jetzt 15 Minuten Pause, ja?
And you can hear it, we take a short break, 15 minutes. Come back for the heads up.
Ihr habt was haben wir gesagt? 4.225.000, 6.570.000.
Okay.
Here we go. Welcome back to PokerStars Kings Cup final table. Here the heads up. The duel between two Germans, which took on about the last hour, and rightfully those two are deciding who will be the winner, who will be crowned the king here at the PokerStars Kings Cup, right from the Kings Casino here in Roswardorf, where you can play all day, all night, whatever you prefer. Best of luck to both players. 6.5 million against a little bit over 4 million. That's a stack count for those two players. They're pretty much even in a heads up. That doesn't mean too much. And it goes for the title. Those two players did very well, especially on day 3. And they will decide who wins. Next big event is coming up, GCOP, right here in the Kings Casino this week, Wednesday through Monday, 12th through 17th of November. If you want to be part of it, just join us. And then it goes to Prague, to the Prague Poker Festival. Great fun, a lot of action, very nice hotel, so be there if you want to. The Kings Casino, the 5-star hotel, the Corinthia, and a special deal, just 99 euros a night. And everything's there. 18 days of pure poker action, 31 poker tournaments, unlimited hours of amazing cash game, which you can join. And Prague is a beautiful city, so come on, join the fun. And who will have the most fun out of those two? Who will win this heads up between two German players? Daniel Effendi, who qualified through the internet and already is a clear winner, but what a board. An absolute uniform flop. $150 from Daniel Hartmann, who doesn't know, of course, that Daniel Effendi already is up. But what Effendi has to have in mind is maybe there is another flush over there, and then his queen might not be enough. But he will find out pretty soon with this raise to 350. Hartmann willing to pay, so the pot goes up. Now everything's okay, and the pot reached 1 million in chips. And there is the queen of hearts. Doesn't change anything. But what is the action? The big question, how much chips could Effendi get? And how much chips is on the other hand, of course. Philip Hartmann willing to put in the middle. 750,000 more. With the 3 diamonds on the board, yeah, you have to respect that.
Blinds 30,000, 60,000, would be 10,000.
And the blinds go up, 30 and 60, and the ante to 10. In this heads up of 2 German players who's arrived, 549 others who started 2 days ago this PokerStars Kings Cup here at the Kings Casino. Not bad. They will win the biggest prize. They made a little deal, so the money is almost given away. The third placed Pavel Novotny got almost 30,000 euros. Same goes to Daniel Effendi. Philipp Hartmann gets 40,000, and the winner of this heads up gets 5,000 more, and he gets, of course, the title. You see the trophy on the table. Who will take it home? Who will be the proud winner of this PokerStars Kings Cup? No need, of course, to think too much now. You more play the opponent than the actual cards. You hope for a chance. You hope to catch your opponent while he's bluffing. Pair of 2s. Any pair is good in the heads up, but is that really true? Does Philipp Hartmann think the same? Both players are checking, not sure what to do, and now Effendi hits a 7, and again 3 diamonds on the board, makes both players check again, and a 9. Now it's a mind game again. Just think what you can do to your opponent. Check a few chips on the table. 200,000, that's not a lot compared to the stack both players are representing. And exactly that's what Philipp Hartmann is thinking now. Why? Why 200,000? Does he just want the 200,000 from me? Yes, that's all that Effendi wanted. When do we get the big collision? When do both have good cards? That's what you wait for in a situation like this. Mano y mano, man on man. Heads up. The final of a big tournament. 3 long days are coming to a conclusion. And of course, everybody wants to be the winner. Both players having an ace. But what is Philipp Hartmann trying to bet? Not sure yet. But the dealer takes care of that.
130.
140. So it's 80,000 to call, no problem. And here we go. Again, a low pair for Philipp Hartmann. Doesn't help him too much. Two spades. Play it slow or hope for this result. But that's not what we're waiting for. That's not what the players are hoping for. Exchanging relatively small amounts of chips. Everything up to $1 million is considered a small amount under these circumstances. You want the big pots, the 2 millions, 3 millions, maybe an all-in heads-up will decide the outcome of this tournament. Who takes away the trophy and the 5,000 euro extra the three last players agreed on. Both players with small amounts, and you see you can play your own mind game now. What might Philipp Hartmann have under the hood? Now we see it. Didn't place the cards properly. 2 6s. The board makes his set. Effendi bets 155. Easy call. Hoping for more, but there is the danger, of course, of the flush. The 10 of clubs coming up, and the ace is there. Too bad for Philipp Hartmann. He could have taken care of this pot, but it was not enough money in it. So what's going on? Does he get some money? Some more money? I don't think so. Fendi did bet 250, but there's no more. Of course, it was not the easiest of decisions.
Just no, set down an arrow.
It was only the 6 of clubs in hand, but in the end, the right decision, just to call. No need to force things right now. Acknowledged by his opponent, Daniel Effendi. But still, not the big pots are being played. A pot who can change the outcome. Even with blinds like this and an ante, it's 110,000 in the pot in the beginning. What we need is the millions. Millions of chips. And therefore we need better cards. Or more guts. Whatever. So far both players are patient. Still waiting for the right moment and for the chance to cash in bigger money. Not this time. Queen 7 suited. That's good cards in a heads up. They can take some action, but 3-2, that's way too low for Daniel. And it's not the time for bluff right now. Maybe later. We will stay on it. Here on the final table, on the heads up, deciding the outcome of the PokerStars Kings Cup here at the Kings Casino in Rasvadov. One nice place to be, one nice place to go. You can watch, you can play, you can have fun. And in case of those two, you can earn some money. Not to forget. That's basically all you play for. Make some money, pay your expenses, and then some more, which those two players easy made. Forward 60 means Effendi has 305. That's too much for him with this hand. Philip Hartmann tried. The most work now is to get the chips in order, to get the dealer button moved properly. There go the cards. Low again for Philip. Immediately throwing the hand away. Awaiting the next turn. Maybe it's better now. Who makes a move? Who makes the first move? Just put your chips on the table. Come on, gentlemen. I just mentioned it. That's the most important thing. To move the dealer button rightly. Forgotten one time. The players were too quick for the dealer. So all over again. Maybe that helped. Maybe now we have the right cards. Nope. Fold again. Dealer button. The puck is moved again. who makes a move. Philipp Hartmann does. But no game. Daniel Effendi is folding. And that is a big problem for the players. Not only for you at home watching. Be patient. Go online if you want to join Prague-Poker-Festival.com. The Prague Poker Festival is coming up in December 1st through 18th. 18 days of poker, 31 tournaments will be played, non-stop action, a lot of fun, a beautiful city, a nice hotel. Go play, enjoy. Just to name a few WPT tournaments. Tony Bet will be there. Red Bet. Tournaments for everyone. At the big Prague Poker Festival. At the King's Casino in Prague. Located. It's a, I can tell you, very, very nice Corinthia hotel. Good location, right down in the middle of the city. Easy access through the subway. You can explore the city, then come back. Play some poker, win some money, go shopping, and win some more.
100 BB zu 80 BB oder so.
100 BB zu 80 BB oder so. Ja, nicht ganz.
And of course, don't forget about the GOCP coming right here to the King's Casino this week. GCOP 2 main event at the November Festival. 200,000 euros guaranteed. It all starts Wednesday with a super satellite. And we have King's High Roller event, number 8. Thursday, High Roller, another super satellite main event. And then Friday evening, GCOP main event, day 1A, 1100 euro buy-in. Another super satellite. Sunday, Saturday of course, satellites. Saturday evening, the other main event. Sunday will conclude with day 2. And you can stay through Monday. And we are back on the final table on the heads up between Philipp Hartmann to your right and Daniel Effendi to your left. Two players trying to find the king of the PokerStars Kings Cup. Philipp Hartmann came in as the chip leader in today, number 3. Far, far ahead. lost some of his chips and now is almost even. Is Daniel Effendi, who got 2 pair. And there is his bet, of course. He's 3-betting 800,000. And here we go. That is a pot who might go up, or what happens with Philipp Hartmann. Nope, he's folding. Not yet. He's not yet willing to put his chips on the table, which is needed in a heads up. You cannot win with small pots. You don't win too many pots in a heads up. So it has to be 1 or 2 big pots to decide the outcome of this tournament, which started 551 players, 550 euro buy-in. And here you can see the final 2 in the heads up. Still playing pretty slow. Daniel Effendi is checking on his kings, hoping for some action, which he gets, of course. $140. Now it's Effendi. Is he trusting his flush chance? It's not too much money, so no problem there. But 2 kings also worse to call here. High pair. And the pot goes a little bit over $1 million. Maybe we get some action now. At least Effendi is hitting the 5. Gives him a little bit more outs, but it still depends on some luck. Still not willing to take too much of a risk at this stage. And of course now it's Philipp Hartmann's turn. With high pair. And we get a 6 of hearts. The stare down between those two, especially Daniel Effendi. He's checking, which means not a lot of money is coming out of him. So Philipp Hartmann checking as well, taking the pot of 2 millions, shifting the chip meter a little bit more to his side.
One time I tried to push him off the head, he has the flop top here.
Waiting for the one chance. It has been a long night yesterday and already a long day today. The player started at 2 p.m. with day number 3. 12 players were left. Pretty soon we cut down to 9, and then soon afterwards we had the final table with 8 participants. And here we are. Pavel Novotny took 3rd place. made him almost 30,000 euros richer. And the winner will come from Germany. Philipp Hartmann or Daniel Effendi. The last two in this tournament. And there's at least a decent card. There's an ace. But you need two good hands to make real big pots. Pair of fours, at least cards you can call with. Look at this. 3 nines, making Effendi's pair. Of course, full house. What happens next? 150 from Philipp Hartmann. And a call from Effendi. The 10, Effendi's chances are going up. But he knows very well any pair his opponent has is also mostly guaranteed the winning pair. And now you have 9, 10 check. A lot of thinking is going on right now. And that's what happens when you think too much. Check, check. Some more chips to the other side. He thought about it for a moment. Philipp Hartmann did. Maybe to put Daniel Effendi all in, but too late now. Yeah, with the queen, why not? It's just 65,000 to call for Philipp Hartmann. And here we go. Another queen. But I'm afraid he's not getting too much out of Daniel Effendi unless he decides to try a bluff. 230. And a call. Check, check. Pretty quick. And a check. On the river doesn't change much. And I think knowing those two players, watching them for 2 days straight, there's not too much going on. Yes. Daniel Effendi folding. Moving the chips. That's all they do now. What's the strategy? Picking the right moment. It is not about your actual hand. It's about playing the right hand at the right time. Pair of sevens. That's a hand you can play very well. And Philipp Hartmann showed during the tournament that he can play good hands well, but he needs Daniel Effendi to show up also. That's not the flop Effendi waited for. And of course Philipp Hartmann is playing his pair. Few more chips on the table. Nothing spectacular. Another check. And Hartmann is betting again. But as expected, dropping out is Daniel Effendi again. That was not the time. And obviously, as everyone saw, not the cards. Blame it on the dealer. We need other flops. Ah, that would have been a chance. Ace Queen suited. Of course, Philipp Hartmann is showing it to Daniel Effendi. Look what I found. And why didn't you play with me? You need two to dance. When will they start? So far, it's slow fox. Tango it up, gentlemen. Not yet. Once again, no chance whatsoever. None of the players, of course, is giving away any tells now. It's too late. This stage. The outcome of the money is almost decided. A deal the players made after Lena dropped out, ending up fourth, making 17,000 euro. The remaining three players made a deal, giving Philipp Hartmann 40,000 euros. The other two almost exactly 30,000. And the winner gets 5,000 more. And of course the trophy, the glory. Some jewelry to show for, to put in the trophy case. And it always sounds good when you are a winner in tournament play. So there is something at stake. Both with chances for flush draws. Philipp, of course, with the ace, with the nuts, and he has a pair of sixes. You almost wish for a club right now on the river to make this interesting, to make this a bigger pot, but it's a 9 of hearts. And again, there will be not much going on. The pot's too small. The cards too low. Or does Daniel Effendi think now it's the time to bluff out Philipp Hartmann? But why? The pot is too small. You can't hurt your opponent. Just showing off. A little bit of motion, a little bit, you know. But those players know each other pretty well right now. Now it's time to do the unexpected. Mix it up again. Do something unusual. Something your opponent does not expect. That makes him think. Even if you get caught bluffing, might be not too bad for next time when you have real good cards. But as you can see, the chip lead changed way much towards Philipp Hartmann. Too many of the mid-size pots went his way. So it's Daniel Effendi who has to make a move, who has to double up. But when is Philipp Hartmann willing to accept the challenge of an all-in? And do you have the better hand then? Mind over matter. Just do what you think is best. That's easy. 2 aces. Now you hope for good cards on the other side. How about 2 kings now for Philipp Hartmann? That would almost guarantee an all-in. Not bad. 9 king, a king, a queen, so every chance for Hartmann. And Effendi still has his 2 aces, betting 250. And here we go again. 8 of clubs. Now everything is possible again. Comes to mind, both players. Check, check. And the Queen of Hearts on the river. What now? What does he represent? $1.2 million in the pot. Not too much, but at least it's $1 million. So you want to have it. And here are the cards. There is the queen, the 3rd queen for the chip leader, who takes away another amount of chips from his opponent. Who is not in desperation mode already, but getting closer. Maybe there was the chance for the all-in. But the three clubs on the board made Philipp Hartmann scare away, as well as Daniel Effendi with his 2 aces. Next chance. Okay, let's play. Once again. The hope is for a good flop. Pair of threes for Effendi. And 3 hearts so far. Can throw some chips in. Philipp Hartmann not willing to risk anything with just air. And the puck moved again. Who will be the big winner of the PokerStars Kings Cup? Is it Philipp Hartmann, who led all day long, came in as a chip leader? Daniel Effendi got pretty close at one point, but now it's Philipp Hartmann way ahead again. But still not willing to put too much into one pot. Maybe this time. Daniel Effendi too much. No need for Philipp Hartmann to play at any risk. He can wait. He is winning the bigger of the pots so far in this heads up, so he just has to wait and see, and then pick the right time to finish his opponent. That's his thinking. And Daniel Effendi is waiting for a chance to at least make some chips through a bluff. There was no chance so far. So now, the first time, Philipp Hartmann is asking about the stack. It's about 2 million compared to almost 9 million. He's thinking, nope, not now. But you know, you almost see what's going through his mind. Do I put him all in to finish this, or prolong it if Daniel Effendi wins? 2 and 2 makes it 4. Philipp Hartmann would still be ahead. So he waits a little bit longer, a little bit more. I do very well accept that. He played a brilliant tournament and he wants to win it. He wants the title. PokerStars Kings Cup 2014 at the Kings Casino, where we play, of course, GCOP the upcoming week, if you want to go there. And Philipp Hartmann is getting the better flops right now. Pair of nines. Chance of a straight. And the gut shot chance, of course, for Daniel Effendi. Oh, the pot goes to almost 1 million in there with the check. Very welcome to the king holding Philipp Hartmann. Only chance for Daniel Effendi is a split pot. If a king shows up on the board. $400,000 is a good bet, but that's it. Pretty quick, all in. Effendi called it. Sometimes it's going fast, and that's the unspectacular, but it's the end. The big winner is Philipp Hartmann, who wins PokerStars Kings Cup. Well-deserved round of applause for our winner. He came in as the chip leader. He played very well. He got the cards, and here you see the final standings. PokerStars Kings Cup main event, seeing Philipp Hartmann winning. Congratulations to him from all of us. Played a great tournament. Daniel Effendi is the runner-up, 30,000 euros richer. This brings our session to a close. Don't forget GCOP next week here at the King's Casino and the Prague Poker Festival at Prague. Thank you and good night. That went fast, huh? Didn't it? Whoop.